the last call, the assignment that was given to us. Have we been able to perform the tasks? Okay, Lawal. Hello, hello, Lawal. You want to say something? Hello,
No,
can anyone hear me?
I was just signifying that I was on the last call. That was why I had to raise my hand.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, so on the last call, I guess Usman gave us some assignments, some tasks to perform. I don't know if we're able to perform those tasks. I can see from what you dropped on the group chats that you should enable and configure identity protection, set up risk-based conditional access. Then he said you should use the Intra ID to review and analyze sign-in logs. So have we been able to do that? Hello?
I was able to go through it in my own little way.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Any other person? For me, were you able to go through it? What about,
Yes. Just a part of it, my own little way as well.
okay, so what about David? Deborah?
I was not on the last call, but I kind of read, and studied about it, but I was not on the last call.
Okay, so I don't even know where to start today. So let me just check um our course outline so we can know where to start from. Trying to open the course outline. Okay, so let me check. Okay, we are still under Entra ID. Okay, so implement identity protection, risk-based conditional access, Intra ID SSPR. Okay, cool. So is there anyone on the call that still doesn't understand conditional access? Hello? Hello?
Hello, we
Is there
can hear
anyone?
you.
Yeah, I'm asking a question. Is there anyone on the call that still doesn't understand conditional access? Okay, so
Yeah.
the assignment, okay, Deborah.
No, I just wanted to say, for me, to a large extent, I do. Oh.
Okay. I remember the assignment that was given to us on conditional access then. Were we able to perform the assignment, the tasks in the assignment? I mean, I remember um, I I asked us to set up a conditional access to block sign-in request or visit SharePoint or OneDrive from a particular location. Were we all able to do that? I don't know. Can anyone share his screen? Use our screen. Let me see the way the person did it. Deborah, were you able to do that?
I was able to do that. So I I will just be a minute before I share my screen, because I'm joining with my phone, but I'm trying to follow with my laptop. So I will try to join with my laptop and then share my
Okay.
screen.
Okay, no problem. What about you, Fumi? Fumi, were you able to set up the conditional access to block sign-in request?
No, I wasn't.
What about you, Wale? Wale? Olawale? Okay, so I thought I actually explained the conditional access to everyone then, right? And Usman also did on the last call as well. So I don't know why it's still kind of difficult for some of us to do the task. It's pretty straightforward. The other time I showed us how to um how to set up location-based policy.
Mr. Farouk,
Uh,
I don't
yeah?
know. Maybe I should just share my own screen.
Okay. Probably you should
I'm
share your
also
screen
ready
now.
to share when it's done.
Okay.
Okay, Lawal, you can share your screen. Let's see.
So I'm on it. I'm trying to share my screen. I'm sorry, the network is not allowing me quickly.
It's coming up.
Okay, can you see it?
Yeah, it's coming up.
Is it up now?
Yeah, I can see your screen from my end.
Okay, what I did now, what I did is this. So I went through just as we have it on the screen. So I went through this route. So on getting to, that is from home to MedPlus Pharmacy, then conditional access. So in order for me to block a user from a particular location, so I will actually come here, named location. So from here now, so I can block someone from a country, so country's location. I can block someone based on the IP ranges location. Then so maybe from this country location, clicking on that. So name this location. Probably I will just write maybe someone from the UK or someone from Brazil or any country. So then I will put the IP address there. So then the countries can be, I'll click on the country. Let me say Angola. Then, so that is for that. Then for someone, then I can also apply the IP ranges. I can block someone based on that. So I can name the IP ranges I want. Block someone based on that. So that was how I did it, and I read it as well. So I don't know if I'm on the line.
Okay, so you're actually very close to the place, right? But did you created the location for the kernel? For the task
No,
that was given.
I did some. I didn't actually create anything.
Oh, okay, you didn't create anything. Okay. That's good. Debbie, were you able to create?
Yes, I did. But SharePoint, sorry, let me grab your screen. Let me grab the screen, Lawal.
Yeah, so
Um,
Do I stop sharing or I should still leave it?
don't worry, I've taken over already. Um, so this is why this is the I created this one, Kano. If you can see my screen.
yeah.
Yeah, so this is so I just named it like MFA policy, and then I went over to block um I blocked anything that comes from Kano, and then but SharePoint was not among on the list. Is there any way I can view the policy I created? Because I actually did create one. if I go here, I think, yeah, okay, yes. So this is the policy MFA created. If you can see my screen, so I named it what they call it, MFA policy. I specify the users. I don't just want to click it, but I can do that. Yeah, specified users and then target resources as well. SharePoint was not on the list. I think is it this one that will bring up the list of, yeah. So I chose LinkedIn and Power App Service. And then I blocked access to um I didn't choose any of the like requiring multi-factor authenticator. But if I wanted, I would have clicked grant access and then clicked on maybe require authentication strengths, that's the multi-factor authentication, and then sessions. So I said um this should happen like after every 12 hours, and then it was pretty straightforward. I don't know if I'm right, but
Yeah, so
that's
if I
one
may
of
ask,
the,
if I may
yeah.
ask, so that 12 hours that you selected
Mm.
or that is specified under the section, is there a reason for that?
No, there's no reason. There's no reason. There's no, but I could have clicked every time they want to like log on, but I was just, yeah. I think I understand the concept, but there was no reason actually for it. But I can
Okay,
hear what you
so
have to say about it.
yeah, so because that's signing frequency. Every part, you see, every part of this conditional access, they have different things. They speak to different kind of things, right? Global
Mm-hmm.
secure access, require token, disable resilience, persistent browser section, then that session control. I mean, what's is this session or what do we have there?
Which one?
Sign-in
The last
frequency.
one.
I mean, sign-in
Yeah.
frequency, the first one. Yeah, so it has its own stuff. So what you're saying is that after 12 hours, so let's say I sign in
Mm.
now, right? Within the next 12 hours, I won't be blocked, right? It's after 12 hours again that will be blocked from signing in.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that's
So I
what this
should have
thing is.
picked every time.
Yeah, so depending on
Yeah.
the way you want to customize it, right? But for the tax that you are given, I think it's actually speaking to every time,
Okay.
right? But at
Okay.
least you were able to do something, right? You were able to do something. Uh, um, you're able to do something, and uh, yourself and Lawal, I think you guys were the only two people that were able to do something under this policy, and for every other people, Joseph, did you created yours as well, Joseph? Can we
Yes,
see
boss,
yours?
I did.
Can we see? Can we see yours?
Uh, but the route we may follow, I don't think it's the same thing. Let me share my screenshot. I'm coming. Okay, so I was working with this I didn't do the kernel stuff. So I was working with this document here where they say we should enable and create identity. This setup risky sign-ins and stuff like that. What do you call it? Enable setup risky sign-ins. So I started from the risky signing stuff. I mean,
Okay, can we see the did you create were you able to create any policy um around the risky
yeah, this is it
policy?
here. Risky based access policy.
Okay, can we see it?
So I just created it all users. The conditions I put here. I didn't really get the gist of this thing, but I just played around it.
Okay.
I said access control to grant multi-factor authenticator. So they should grant access, but they should require multi-factor authentication.
Okay. So your two the two risk-based policies. I mean the two risk-based scenarios. Use a policy for them, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. At least you attempted it, right? Uh, okay.
Yes, sir. I also attempted it.
Can I see yours, Olawale?
Okay, sir. I don't know. It's my screen sharing right now.
It's coming up. Sorry, while it's coming up, Usman, I can see Usman. Usman joined the session. Usman, are you there?
Yeah, hello, good evening, everyone. Yes, please. I'm on the call.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so Usman, on the last call, I wasn't really on the last call, right? Did you show everyone around the risk-based conditional access policies?
Yeah, we talked through it, then I asked them to create a risk-based conditional access. That was the assignment.
Oh, okay. So you showed them through around the policy, right?
Yeah, I just picked through it. Then I asked, so the assignment was to set up the risk-based conditional access policy.
Oh, okay. I can see that you gave them through assignment. Set up risk-based conditional access, review the sign-in logs and Intra ID portal. Okay. So Wale, can we see your policy?
Yeah, so I named it state policy because you asked us to create a policy that we disallow everybody from, I think, Kano State. So it was this one.
Okay.
So for the specific users, I set it to be global admin, people
And
of
go back to the
global
island.
admin. So the targeted resources, you told us to use, I think, SharePoint, but SharePoint was not available among the resources. So I used just Bing and LinkedIn here. Then
Okay.
in network, what did I do again? Okay, that was the selected network and locations. I had to set Kano State. I had to set location for Nigeria and name it Kano State because Kano State was not really among the options there. So let's say it was Nigeria. It was Nigeria, sure. I set location for Nigeria. Then I still name it Kano State so that it can be set for that. Then the okay, what's next? The conditions. What did I do here? I can't remember. Okay. Then grants. Okay, so for the grant, I set it. It's supposed to be for block access, but I can make the mistake. It also be block access. Then let me say it should require additional multi-factor authentication. Then session, I set it to be issues during every signing session. That is when there should be a check on it. So I think that is all. Save.
Okay, cool. So your policy is on report only, right?
Yes,
Your
sir.
policy is on report only. So that means you didn't even though the policy is there, you just need to work on one or two things, right? For example,
Yes, sir.
now that place that you you specified multi-factor authentication, yeah, it should be blocked, right? Then I like the fact that you mentioned that you didn't see Kano. I deliberately mentioned Kano, right? I deliberately mentioned Kano, right? But there's no state there, so it's either you use the IP range or you use the country, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
that's that. But then, right? I think we only have there are still some people that didn't even do anything, right? There are some people that didn't do anything, which is not encouraging, right? Um, so but notwithstanding, according to like we should take it up from where Usman stopped last week. Usman took his time to show everyone around through the identity protection portal, right? So and one thing is that if 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 you are waiting for us to come and show you on the call, right? If you are waiting for us to come and show you on the call, then you won't be able to learn like that. I'm just saying this to everyone generally. If you are waiting for us to come and show you on the call, then you won't learn it, right? It's until you're able to make the research yourself before you can understand it better. And that's what will make you a successful, or that's what will make you a good um, delivery person. Before we now start speaking about our documentations, right? So please and please, the reason why we are giving those tasks is for us to be able to have our hands on, right? And this our lab environment. We shouldn't forget that it's for how many months? Is it for a month? After a month, I would find a way for us to renew it, but we have limited time, so that means we need to perform all these tasks, right? And these things are not difficult. There are things that there are a lot of documentations, there are a lot of videos online that we can do or that we can use to perform all these tasks, right? So now, Usman will still be our tutor for tonight. Usman will be our tutor for tonight. The task, the assignment that was given to us, we are not going to do the assignment for you. So we still want you to go back. For those of us that were unable to set up the risk-based conditional access, right? We need to go back and set it up by ourselves, right? For Joseph, thumbs up to you, right? You attempted it. The only thing I'll just say there is that when next you can recreate it, right? So when next you want to create it, ensure that you have two different policies. One policy for the user risk, then the other policy for the sign-in risk, right? So that they won't clash with each other. So one will go with MFA, the other one will go with resetting of password. So um, please before our next call, let's try to do all these things. These things are not even difficult. This is still Entra ID. We have not even done anything. What if we now move to the likes of verified ID? When we move to the likes of Defender or Intune, Entra is like the easiest um security solutions that we can do. Please let it be encouraging. Ejo. So Usman, are you ready?
Yeah, hello,
Usman.
good evening.
Oh,
Some
okay.
time.
Yeah. So you can continue from where you stopped. But for the assignment that was given, please though we shouldn't speak around it. I want us to do the assignment. So let's continue from where you stopped last time, Usman. Um, I think the next thing should be around um, I think SSPR, identity protection, web application proxy, passwordless. Or have you spoken around that?
Yeah, so we'll be doing that on this call.
Oh, okay.
Trying to log in.
Okay, cool. So while Usman is trying to log in, right? So for the self-service password reset, um, just as the name implies, like, does anyone understand? Even though I spoke around self-service password reset, the last call I joined, is there anybody on the call that can just explain what self-service password reset is before Usman shares the screen? Okay, Joseph.
Yeah, okay. So what I understand by self-service password reset is like, a user wants to change the password of his for his account or for his system, and instead of he or she or it going to meet the administrator or the IT person, he could just there should be a feature for him to click on and be able to change his password or update his or her or you or its password on his own. That's it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So you're very correct, right? You're very correct. Um, is there any other person that want to speak around it as well? For me, Deborah, Fenwa James, Chidi, Wale, Lawal, Abe. Who is Abe? Or is it Abi? I don't know. Abi, can you speak?
Yeah, hi, it's Abby.
Good evening, everyone. From
Okay,
the name
Abi.
self-service. Hello? Okay, from the name, the self-service password reset, I believe it to be a means by which the user is able to change their password. Maybe if they have forgotten it, or maybe due to one or two issues, or due to a security feature, they're able to change their password or reset their password on their own without needing to contact the administrator. So I think it's
Yeah.
that.
Okay, yeah, you are very correct as well. You're correct. Yeah. Um, Joseph.
Yeah, I also want to say something. I don't know if it's the same thing that when you're onboarding a device too, and the user has not set his password at all, and I think I don't know, I'm not sure if it's SSPR too that does that. When you just want to onboard a new device, and the person maybe have created an email account for a new employee, so the employee just puts his email and now set a password by itself and registers the password by itself with just the email you gave the person and you're onboarding that user with to that device. So I'm not
Okay,
sure
so you know,
that's the feature of SSPR too, but
I know. So you know that sometimes when you create a new user, right? At the point of you creating the user, you can specify if you want the user to reset their password at the first login, right? So once you specify that, that's when you get that kind of scenario that you mentioned now, right? Or probably if you have what is called what do we call this biometric solution? Can anyone remind me? People, can you remind me what we call this? Windows Hello for Business. Yeah. So when you have Windows Hello for Business, that kind of scenario comes in, or when when you want to create a user and you specify that the user should reset their password at the first login, then that kind of scenario that you mentioned comes in, Joseph, right? So now, in addition to what everybody mentioned about the self-service password reset, when we look at organization in general, right? We have in almost all organizations like banks, oil and gas, tech company, different kind of organizations, right? We have people that we call IT people. We have people that we call support, is it support engineers or probably IT administrators or different names, right? And what they do is that they support the staffs, they support the end users with any kind of issues they have, right? Any kind of tech related or any kind of infrastructure related issues that they have, right? And there are some people that will come up with the fact that their emails are not dropping. There are some people that will come up with the fact that they couldn't access some servers, they couldn't access one or two things, right? Why there are some people that will come with the fact that my password has expired, I need to reset my password, right? So imagine the amount of tax, imagine the amount of issues that an IT person will resolve in a day. So, as an IT person, if I'm now able to see a solution that can help my end users to reset their password from their own end, whenever their password is expired or whenever they forgot their password, they could just seamlessly reset their password from their own end. Or let's take it out, or let's look at it from this scenario. Maybe I'm working on a weekend, like today is Saturday or tomorrow is Sunday. I need to work on a particular report which I need to send to my boss. And on that weekend, my password got expired. So that means I need to start finding a way to reach out to my IT people. What if they are not available because it's a weekend and I need to send that report because it's very important? Maybe my boss needs it, or the MD or the CEO needs that report at that moment. So that means I might not be able to reset my password. And then obviously I won't be able to work on the report, which would affect the productivity. Or let's say if it was at night. So that's why we have different types of self-service solutions that can allow users to be able to reset their password from their own end. But the one we are speaking on today is what is called the Intra ID self-service password reset, which is a solution that would allow users to be able to reset their password seamlessly from their own end. And note that because, oh my God, I'm not, okay, I'm recording. Okay, yeah. So, and you should note that because this service password reset is now made available for users, that does not mean that anybody can now pick your account and start resetting your password, because it's actually been integrated with security solutions whereby you have to go through some set of security questions before you can be able to reset your password. You can go through some set of security measures to show that you are the one that is trying to reset your password. Right? Is Usman back on the call? Okay. So Usman is not on the call, so let me just share my screen. Joseph?
Yeah, I wanted to ask if we need any licensing for the SSPR, or it's just a is a generic feature.
Okay, so all the Entra solution, all the Entra ID solution that we are speaking that we've been working with, right? And everything that you see that you find in um that outline that was shared, right? Everything requires a license, which is called the AADP. Microsoft call it Entra ID, either Plan 1 or Plan 2. There are some that requires Plan 1, while some requires Plan 2, right? So from our course outline, so when you look at the likes of MFA, the likes of AD Connect Sync, the likes of Conditional Access, right? The likes of self-service password reset, the likes of web application proxy, passwordless, right? Company brand. Those ones requires the let me share my screen. Sorry, I wasn't sharing my screen. Okay, Usman is here. Okay. So that's about that, Joseph, right? So those the self-service password reset actually requires Entra ID Plan 1 license. Or if it's a customer that has probably an E5 license, or that's M365 E5 or M365 E3, or Enterprise Mobility Plus Security E3 or E5, or maybe business M365 Business Premium, then it comes with the license, right? So from here, I will hand over to Usman to continue from here. But like I said, please let's just try to perform the tasks. I took my time to come up with those tasks, and it will be so discouraging if you are not doing those tasks. So please let's try to always perform the tasks assigned to us. So Usman, you can continue from here.
But if we can also write the tax out, like I don't know, so that we can just reference it again, so that like sometimes you're trying to remember it and you're not clear on it. So maybe we can help us like write out the way you want us to do it.
No problem.
All right. Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Usman.
Yeah, good evening. Yeah, so sorry about the links. My PC crashed. Yeah, so can anyone hear me, please?
Yes,
I
we can
can
hear you.
hear
Can you?
you.
Yes, please confirm if you can see my
I
screen.
can hear you.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen. Sharing my screen. Please confirm if you can see my screen. Please confirm if you can see my screen now.
I can see your screen.
All right, thank you. Yeah, okay. So yeah, good evening once more. Thank you, Mr. Farouk, for all right. So sorry. Um, today we'll be starting with the password reset as per our plan, right? So, and I'm very sure even in our last call, I talked a bit about the password resets, but today I'll just go over it again, right? So, like Mr. Farouk asked the other time, what does a password reset means, right? So, just in a very brief way. So, our password reset is just a way or an ability, the ability for us for our end users to change or reset their password. Let's say, for example, once you are trying to gain access into your computer and you forgot your password, right? The normal thing with them, some organizations does, like for example, in the bank, you have to start reaching out to your IT support before you are being granted access or before your password is being changed for you, right? So that's one way. Then another thing is what the password reset does again is, let's say for example, you forgot your password. You know, the first one I said, ability for you to change or reset your password, right? So let's say for example, you forgot your password and you wish to reset your password. The password reset, which is also called the SSPR, because I'll be making use of SSPR more. So whenever I say SSPR, we'll know we are talking about our password reset. So SSPR is just self-service password reset, SSPR, right? So I'll be making use of the SSPR more. So number one, you want to change your password from something. Maybe you have a password and you want to change it to something new, right? So you can make use of the SSPR. Or, for example, you forgot your password and you wish to reset that password, right? That's another scenario where the SSPR comes in. Then the last one is, let's say, for example, you've been trying to enter your password, right? And probably you've been entering the wrong password for a number of times, right? If the system locks your device out, the SSPI is also a means for you to gain access into your device, right? So that's for account lockout, right? But most times, some organization does not want that particular feature, which is the account lockout, right? But you just know that the password is set. That's the SSPI does three things for you. It can allow you to change your password to something new, or it can help you to reset your password. That's if you have forgotten your password, or it can also help you in case of an account lockout. I don't know if that's clear with us or if there's any question before we can proceed.
So yeah, are you saying that if the account is locked out, maybe somebody is trying password so many times and the account is locked out, the SSPR function can help you reset it instead of you missing the admin, the IT
Yes, so
admin.
okay, so as for that, if your account is locked out, let's say for example, a user is trying to enter a wrong password, right? If SSPR is being set up for you and it has been scoped to your user, yes, SSPR can help you with that. You know, before SSPR comes in, you have to perform your multi-factor authentication, right? Without MFA, you can't do SSPR. So you know, remember I said something that some organization does not like that issue of account lockout and end users are trying to reset their self, right? But yes, SSPL does that. And another thing I would like to chip in is this. Sorry, please. Why is this not showing? Oh, there's no agent. All right. Okay, so yes, so the SSPL also helps you in a case of account lockouts. I wanted to show you something, but this is a new tenant and There's nothing here. Maybe I'll try to get a tenant that has this feature so I can talk better on this. So I don't know if there's any other question from any user and from anybody, sorry. Anybody on the call.
Okay, sorry. The question I have is this. You said SSPR helps in 3 situations. Number 1, it allows to change password. Number 2, it helps in case of account lockout. Then number 3, I think I didn't get that.
Okay, so the other one is to reset your password. You know, to change your password, let's say, for example, changing your password, you know your password, but you want to change it something else, right? That's the first scenario. You can easily change your password by yourself, right? The second scenario is the one you talked about, account lockouts. If your account was locked, maybe probably you tried a wrong password combination multiple times, right? And you're trying, so your account is locked out after probably the tenth wrong password, right? So the SSPR can also help you regain access into the account, right? So the last one is you want to reset your password. Say, for example, you forgot your password, right? So the SSPR can also help you do that. So I don't know if you got that.
Gotten. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So, so how does this SSPR helps the end user and also the organization? Number one, should I say the SSPR helps with it helps us with productivity. You know, where you are currently working, probably you are currently working on the task, right? And probably you stepped out to use the restroom, and when you are back, you are trying to enter your password, and probably you've forgotten the password or the combination, or probably you're supposed to use a caps lock and you're using a small letter, right? Probably the system locks you out. Most times you need to stand up from your desk and probably go to somebody to help you contact the tech support, right? So how does SSPR help you with productivity? Instead of standing up to the dev decks to help you to come and reset your password, most times they might tell you they are busy or they have something doing that you should give them some time, right? You know, with that you need to complete or you need to finish a task you are doing. But with SSPR, you don't have to stand up to any help decks. Just by yourself, you can just reset your password again. So that's why it is called self-service password reset, right? So that's how it helps for productivity. And also on the admin side, it helps to reduce the help desk stress. Just like I've said, in a day, so many, let's say for example, a bank, for example, now, a bank used to have over 1,000 staffs, right? Imagine 1,000 staff reaching out to help desk to tell them that I forgot my password every now and then, right? So you just imagine that, right? So the SSP also helps to reduce the stress for the help desk, right? So the help desk can focus on is a more serious task at hand, while the user can just easily reset their password, right? That's another thing. So we'll just go through the SSPR on my screen, if you can see my screen, right? So for if you want to as an admin, if you want to enable the SSPR under your protection by the left hand side, you click on password reset, right? So once you click on password reset, you come to properties. So from your properties, you can set up SSPR. So if you come to your property, you get to see that this button is on none. So when it's on none, it means that nobody can perform SSPR. So let's say, for example, this is unknown, so if you forgot your password, you can't reset your password yourself. If you try to reset your password, what you'll be getting is that, okay, let me try to reset a user's password, please. Okay. All right, that might, okay, maybe once I'm done with my explanation, I'll try to reset the user's password. So now, once it's unknown, when you try to reset your password, you get an error message, right? So you got an error message. So when the organization has rolled this solution out to everyone, it should be on all, right? So if it's on all, it means all users can reset their password, right? But the recommended way of doing any policy at all is for you to start with a test group, right? So you start with let's say for example, you have a test group, you start with them, you see how it works fine, then you can now go to a pilot group, right? So the pilot group will be more than your test group. Your test group might be maybe between 4 and 10 users, right? They will test and they will tell you, okay, it is working well. Okay, I'm having this challenge with this solution. okay, this is the issue I'm having with the solution, right? So once you are done with those users, you can now go to a broader user. Let's say, for example, from 10 to 20. Those 20 people tell you that, okay, this is fine. I'm having this issue. Okay, how can we resolve this issue, right? So you can now continue like that till you are fine with the solution. Then you can now roll it out to everybody in the organization. So that's why we have none. For none, it means if it's unknown, nobody can reset their password, right? It is the admin that will reset the password for that user. So once you have it on selected, it means it's just on a selected users, right? And the last one is on all, right? So when you have it for all, it means everybody can reset their password. So let me do something for this now. Okay, is there a question? Okay, if there's no question, so I want to do something for all, right? So I've changed this from all states to none, right? So for none, it means nobody can reset its password. So while this is ongoing, I'll just continue with. So now this is for setting up the SSPR, right? For none, it means nobody can reset. Then for all, it means SSPR is enabled for the organization, right? So we go to authentication method. If you remember, when we're talking about our conditional access, we also talked about our authentication methods, right? If I come back to authentication methods on my left-hand side, under my policies, you can get to see different type of authentication methods. We have the pass key. If you remember, I talked about our pass key. I said the pass key is, you have something like a flash drive, a USB drive, right? For your pass key, that's like a USB drive. You just input your fingerprint and it goes through, right? That's for the pass key. It's a more stronger form of two-factor authentication because this one you are making use of your finger, right? Where you're not using the pass key, you can also use something Mr. Farouk talked about called the Windows Hello for Business, right? So the Windows Hello for Business is also a very strong method for authentication. But I'm always so surprised when you pitch it to some organization and they tell you that no, I don't want the Windows Hello for Business, right? It's not a two-factor authentication, right? So the Windows Hello for Business is a very strong two-factor authentication because for the Windows Hello for Business, you're only signing in using either your fingerprints or you are signing using a PIN. You're not signing in with your password, right? So normally you have your username and your password, your username, then your password, right? But for Windows Hello for Business, you are just signing in with a PIN, not your password, right? So your password is protected. You are signing with the PIN. And if it's a system that allows fingerprint, you can sign in with the fingerprint. And if it's a system that allows using your retina, so you can scan your eye and you sign into it. But some people will tell you that no, because you are not putting in a password, it's not a two-factor authentication, right? So for authentication policies, we know we have our pass keys, we have our Microsoft Authenticator, you also have the Google Authenticator, you have the Cisco Authentication, which is the Cisco Duo, right? We have different type of authenticator app, right? You also have the one from IBM. So we have our SMS, we have the temporary access pass. I talked about all this in our last session, and also I talked about us using an external method of authentication. Let's say, for example, those of us using the Entrust, right? So this is where it comes in, right? So that's our authentication method. So it also applies to our password reset. So for password reset, if I come to authentication methods, all those authentication method that has been set, I can come here and leverage on them, right? So for authentication method for our password reset now, I said before you can reset your password, MFA has to be in place, right? So before now, the way we do our SSPR and our MFA, so before now, you register for MFA first. We all know how to register for MFA, right? You register for MFA first, then you now come and register for SSPR, right? But Microsoft has seen it that it's more like a stress to end user. So now there's something called um, there's something we call combined registration. Yes, so there's something we call combined registration. So that combined registration, what it means is once you register for MFA, because it is still that same credential or that same method you are still going to use to register for SSPR. So once you register for MFA, automatically you are registered for SSPR, right? So I don't know if there is any question. You can always, I can't see if anybody, because I'm using a different screen for that. I'm not on my laptop. So if there's a question, you can always, okay, there's an hand raised. Hello, Mr. Farouk.
No, so I just you mentioned something then that everybody we all know how to register for MFA. So I just want to ask, is there anybody on the call that doesn't know how to register for MFA? Is there anyone on the call that doesn't know how to register for MFA?
I don't.
Sir, I don't know how to do so.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so that was why I had to raise my hand, because I knew there's some people that might not know how to do that. So maybe Usman, once you are done with SSPR, you can just show them how to register for both SSPR and MFA.
All right. Okay. Thank you, boss, about that. So I would. Okay. Thank God we are on SSPL. So I'll do that on the call now, right? So please, if you have a question, you can just unmute and stop me because I'm using a different browser, right? So I can't know if you are using your hand. So just
I think
unmute and go.
Lawal's hand is raised.
Okay, I have a question. There was a term
Yeah.
you just mentioned now that if somebody is registering for MFA, automatically that person is also registering for SSPR. What did you just call the term?
Okay, so I called it combined registration. Combined registration. So once you are registering for your MFA, automatically the system registers you for SSPR because it is the same MFA you are going to be using for the same for your MFA and your when you are setting up your SSPR. So it is called combined registration. So instead of you registering for MFA, then going to register for SSPR. So what happens is you get a combined registration for it. Once you do your MFA, you get the SSPR. I don't know if that answers your question, please.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, sir.
All right,
Yeah,
thank
so
you very
let
much.
me add to that. Okay, sorry. Let me add to that. Even though there's someone's hand still raised, Olusoga. So, but in addition to what Usman mentioned, right? Even though if there's combined registration enabled, right? If SSPL is not enabled in your organization, but then SSPL won't still work for you, right? So even though the combined registration is there, but then SSPL won't work out until it has been enabled by your IT admin or by the owner of your tenant, right? Yeah, so that's that. I think Olusoga, do you want to say something? Olusoga, what
No,
about you,
it's fine now.
Oluchi?
No. I only just want to ask about the MFA before you talk. That's all.
Oluchi,
Yes, I'm with you.
do you have a
I'm here.
question?
No.
Oh, okay. So Usman, you can continue.
All right, thank you, boss. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for that contribution. Yes, so like I mentioned, I said if SSPR has not been set up for you, you'll not be able to perform SSPR, right? But at the same time, that's what we call the combined registration. So it helps you to register for both. So once SSPR is set up for you, you can start doing the SSPR. So now someone said he or she was not able to do does not understand how MFA comes, right? So I said from our properties, so this is set to none. So it means that if anybody tries to reset their password, they should get an error message, right? So this is a good way for us to set up our MFA and also our SSPR, right? So what I will do now is, if you can still see my screen, so this user now, Army EV, why is this signing blocked? Why? Sorry, let me look for another user. Why your sign is blocked? Okay, so let's use this user now. Right. So I'm resetting this user's password. So as an admin, I've come here to reset the user password, right? Automatically create a new password. Require this user to change their password when they first sign in, right? So I reset password. So because I'm an admin, right? The way your IT admin resets your password, please don't forget, I said we have two environments, right? We have the cloud environment, which is our Intra ID, which was formerly known as the Azure Active Directory. And we also have the on-premises environment, which is called the Active Directory. I don't know if we still remember that.
Yeah.
Yes, we
All right, thank you very much. So I'm so sorry, my system crashed, so I can't show us around the Active Directory, but we always have a local directory on our own laptop, right? So for example, now if I do my command, my Windows R, right? So if I do my Windows R and I come to gpedit.msc, if I click on OK, so it takes me to my local group policy editor, right? In our Active Directory, we have what we call the local group policy editor, right? And one thing I'll just advise us is we can try to set up a virtual machine on our device, right? But we'll get to all that. So let me not take it far. I was trying to explain something, so that's why I'm going there, right? So now, why I'm asking if we still remember the AD and the Azure AD, right, is because now what I've done as an admin, I've come to the cloud to reset this user's password, right? That's if I'm in a cloud environment. But if I'm in an hybrid environment, meaning I have an on-premise environment and I have a cloud environment, if password write back is set up for me, right, I can reset this user's password on the cloud and it will also reset on the on-premises. Or I can go to my Active Directory on the on-premises and reset this user's password, and then everything will be fine, right? But what I'm doing now, I've come to the cloud and I've reset the password. So now, let me take the username. So I'm going to my Chrome browser, right? Sorry, this is not my PC. So let me come to my Chrome browser. So let me go to office.com. So let's just watch. Going to my office.com now. So I want to sign into office.com. Right? So I want to sign into office.com. Just watch what I'm trying to do. Sorry. Let me sign out this user. It's just a moment, please. This is not my laptop. Okay. So let me sign out the user. I'll sign in back. Okay. All right. So let me sign in now. Let's sign in. Okay. So what's that now? Sorry, please just choose.com. All right. So I'm this user now, right? I'm RN. So I want to sign in. So when I click on sign in, I guess I can start this nonsense. Let me go to admin.microsoft.com. Okay. All right. So what do I want to do now? I'm trying to sign into this user. So if I click on forget my password, remember that in my tenant, for password reset, we have it at none, right? So it means nobody should be able to reset their password except from the admin. The admin should be the one to reset user's password, right? So, but as this user now, I'm trying to reset my password. So I've entered my username. So I'll enter the captcha, right? I'll do next. So once I do next, I don't know if you can still see my screen. Let's see the error we are getting, right? It said, we are sorry, you can't reset your own password because password reset isn't properly set up for your organization, right? You must contact your admin to both reset your password and to check your organization. So what he's trying to tell me is password reset has not been set up for my organization. So I can't do it. I can't reset my password, right? So that's what it will just tell me. But as an admin, right, there's something else I need to tell us. So because you are coming into security, right, as an admin, if you see something like this, don't just stop at this, right? Don't just stop at this. So what you should do again is click on the show additional details, right? But the user itself, is just a regular user. What the person will just see is we are sorry, you can't reset. And the person says, I cannot reset my password. I'm getting this error. The person will screenshot this error and send to you, right? But as an admin, click on this show additional details. Get to see what the error is all about. That's what makes you a good engineer, right? So you can see SSPR 0011. So even though you don't know what this error means, carry this error, paste it on Google. Google should be your best friend. Paste this error on Google. You will definitely see the issue. So once I take this, I paste this on Google, I enter. You can see troubleshoot self-service. So I click on this. It takes me down there. It's going to tell me what that error is, right? So that's what makes you a good engineer, right? So if I come here now, SSPR 00 what? 0011. So this is 11. You can see 0011. So you can see we are sorry you can't reset. Then Microsoft will tell you what you can do to resolve that, right? So this is one of the good tips of becoming a good security engineer, right? So you don't just start troubleshooting. Just click on show additional details. You get to see the error, right? So you can now continue. I don't know if everybody got that right. Hello.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you. So please, you can always unmute and speak, right? You can always unmute. All right, so that's just one way of being a good engineer, right? You don't have to start maybe meeting your senior colleague. Just click on the show additional details. You get to see. That's one good thing about Microsoft solutions, right? You always get Microsoft has the largest community. You always see different stuff. You are not seeing them from your lane. You get to see them from the Microsoft Tech community. You also get to see from the open source. That's the internet, right? Okay, so now that's that about our self-service, our SSPR, right? Because SSPR has not been set up for the environment. You can see that the user cannot set up the SSPR, right? So for those of us that complain about the MFA, right? So let's go in with our MFA now. So I'm going to my, let's take the office dot, okay. Let's go to office.com then. Office.com. I don't know why it was throwing error the last time. So if I go to office.com, so I'm using this user again, this same user, right? So if I copy this user's, is MFA set up for this environment? Sorry, let me confirm, please. Let me confirm, because this environment. There's no MFA. Okay, we call MFA for users. Compose MFA. Okay, let me set up MFA for the user. So who is this user? Amaren, right? So let me set up MFA for the user. So you can see how MFA is done. So Aaron, right? So I'm setting up MFA for this user, right? So this is another way of just showing us around how conditional access policy has been set, right? MFA test. Okay, so now target resources. So target resources, we have different things here, right? So but I'm going for all resources. I want to block everything, right? For those that said they can't find maybe SharePoint and Exchange, right? If you're looking for SharePoint online, So you can just, a very good way of looking for SharePoint Online. Once you type your office, it's just an expo. I should not be giving us. So once you type Office 365, you get to see Office 365 SharePoint Online, right? Does that answer the question for the person looking for SharePoint, right? And you have your Exchange Online, you have Office 365, right? So once you take Office 365, it works for everything, both your Exchange Online, your SharePoint Online, right? But if you want to just target SharePoint Online, you take your SharePoint Online, right? So that's for anybody looking for SharePoint Online, right? So, but now I'm doing all the resources, right? For
But
network
boss, I don't
location.
understand this place. What are we trying to do? Like, what do you mean by this target resources? What does it mean?
All right, okay, no problem. I would answer your question, right? Just a minute. Okay, so now these target resources, right? I explained this in the okay now. So these target resources, what it means is this policy you are setting up. I'm setting up an MFA policy, right? Because I want to show us how MFA is done, right? And there's no MFA in this environment, right? So now I've targeted the user I want for MFA. I want this user to perform MFA, right? So now I'll come to target resources, right? For target resources, we have different options, right? But I'm looking at performing MFA for that user when the user wants to sign into cloud resources, right? So now if I click all resources, it is going to target all the cloud resources, be it Office 365, be it any, if you have an enterprise application, it is going to target it as well, right? But if I come to select resources, I can say, okay, oh, this user, if you are going to Office 365 alone, I want you to perform MFA, right? If you are going to the Azure portal, that's the Azure portal, right? So the Azure portal, we have portal. So if you are going to the Microsoft Identity, that's your Azure portal, your Entra portal, I want you to perform MFA. So this is where you target those resources, right? So the resources is the cloud applications. I don't know if that answers your question.
Okay, yeah, you answer. So
Yeah,
it's for if you want your user to sign into every, you don't want it to, you want it to use MFA to sign into all the resources on the cloud. You use all
exactly.
resources,
You
but if
take
you want to
all
pick one or
resources,
two,
one or
okay,
two. Yes, you
I
get. You
get
don't
now.
come here,
Yes,
you don't take it. Yeah.
yeah,
So
thank
that
you.
answers right. Yeah, thank you very much. So for all this, so because I just want to do MFA, so I'll just target all resources, right? They will tell you, please don't lock yourself out, right? Because you are taking all resources. So it means even if I'm on this session, if it to lock me, or you ask me to perform MFA, right? So for network, I've taken up the network, I don't need it. For condition selected, right? I can come here and take my condition, right? So this person I've taken client apps, right? But I'm not interested in this, so I'm taking it off. For my condition, I'm leaving everything as not configured, right? So what I'm just interested in is you want to sign in, my brother, perform MFA, I don't care, right? So require multi-factor authentication. This is what I'm concerned about. Every other thing I'm not concerned about it. All I'm just concerned about is do MFA, you're fine, right? So sign in frequency every time. Let's turn it on, right? Let's save. So every other thing, I'm not configuring them. And remember, I told us in the last call that whenever you are creating your condition, your policies, make sure you are taking one policy for one condition. Don't just jam pack everything under. Like I saw somebody doing signing risk and user risk under one policy. It is going to affect your end users. That's where issues arises. You see, a user is telling you, sir, I can't sign in, I can't do this, I can't do that. When you start troubleshooting, at the end of the day, you will not get the root of that problem because you just keep troubleshooting. You bring in engineers, you think those engineers are not competent, but it's the policy that has been created that is causing those issues, right? So let's try to segregate your policies. If you have a sign-in risk, you can see sign-in risk policy, user risk policy. If there's an issue, from your sign-in logs, you know what is causing that issue, right? Okay, thank you. So now let's set up our MFA, right? So for this user now, sorry, let me get the user again. So I've set up MFA for my environment, right? So I want to sign in with this user. I want to set up MFA with this user. So I come here, I try to sign in, all right? So I click on next. What's happening with Microsoft now? So let me go to admin portal, admin.microsoft.com. Okay. So trying to sign into this user, right? So I've gotten the user's password, right? So please, let's pay attention for those of us that are more interested about MFA. So because I've set up MFA for my environment, right? So if I click on sign in, what happens? MFA has been set up for this user before, right? So let me delete that MFA. So as an admin, you have a very powerful, how should I even call it? As an admin, so you have right to so many things, right? That's why as an admin, you don't joke with your credentials. You don't just do as you like, right? Because the organization is depending on you. So I'll just come to this user, right? So why I'm coming to this user is because I want to start a fresh MFA for the user. But if you can see that the user already has MFA, right? The user already has MFA. So I'll just come here. You can see it from here now. Phone number, ready for SMS signing. If I come to the user, you can see the text this number, right? I don't know if we are following. So you can see text this number. So it's because MFA has been set up for that user before. You can see phone number. You can see the ending 93. If I go to that user, you can see it's telling me to text this 93, right? But I don't want to text. I want to start a fresh MFA. So I'll just delete this. I'll delete this. Also, this tab is expired. Okay, problem. So there's no method. So I will now come back again. So I'll start afresh. I'll go to admin.microsoft.com. Yeah, so because I've signed in with the username and the password, right? So it is now telling me more information required. So this is how MFA starts. After you have entered your username and your password, if it is your first time signing in for and setting up MFA, so it is going to tell you that your organization needs more information to keep your account secure. So this is how MFA starts. For those people asking for MFA, so this is how MFA starts, right? The organization needs more information to keep your account secure. So I will just click on next. So once I click on next, the MFA registration has started. So you can see it is taking us through this account.activedirectory.windowsazure.com, right? So we don't really need that. So this is the MFA setup right now. So it will say on your phone, install the Microsoft Authenticator app. That's if you don't have it, right? If you don't have it, you can click on download now. So you install the Microsoft Authenticator app. But if you don't have the Microsoft Authenticator app and you don't want to use it, probably you want to use the Google Authenticator, or you want to use your Cisco Duo, or you want to use your IBM Authenticator, you just come here, you click on I want to use a different authenticator app, right? That's if you don't want to use Microsoft, right? But if you want to use Microsoft and you have it already, just click on next. But if you don't have it, you download it, right? And if you also don't want to make use of the authenticator app, on this place, you see I want to set up a different method. You click on the I want to set up a different method. It is going to ask you, but your admin would have set up the method, right? For my own environment now, my admin had only set up Microsoft Authenticator and a phone, right? So I don't want to use the Microsoft Authenticator. I want to use my phone. I'll click on phone, right? So it will ask you to enter your phone number. I'll change my country to Nigeria. So this is how to set up MFA. So I change my country to Nigeria. I enter my phone number 081 45, right? So you can still receive a code. I'll do next. Right, so we just sent a 6-digit code to your number, right? Yeah, I've seen it. So I'll enter the 6-digit code. Right, so if I've entered the 6-digit code, I just click on next. But if I don't get it, I can see the send code, right? I click on next. It is going to validate that code is sent to my phone. And if it is correct, it just takes me to the next step. So that's how to set up MFA. So setting up MFA is very, very straightforward. There's nothing to worry about it. You can see verification complete. Your phone has been registered. Click on next. I can do done. So remember I said there's something called combined registration, right? So as I've set up MFA now, automatically SSPR has been set up for me, but I will not be able to perform SSPR until my admin asks, until my admin tells me that yeah, I can set up SSPR, right? So I'll get this because this is not an admin account, right? You can see, but just ignore this. What we want to do is to set up the MFA. So I don't know, for those people that asked, is it now clear to us how to set up MFA?
So now, most people that ask the question, can you see is what you even know before? Have you now? It's just a grammar, and I I just wanted to see what people will say, but nobody even came up with it. But you can continue, Usman. It's just
All
grammar.
right. All right. Thank you very much, boss. So remember when we tried to reset password for that user, it told us that we can't reset password for the user, right? So now that particular user, right, I want to set up SSPR for that user. So I'll just come here, I'll click on selected, right? So it asks me to select a group. So it means I have to add that user to the group, right? But because I don't have a group, so what I'll just do is I'll just select all, right? Because I don't want to start going through the process of creating a group. So I'll just click on save. So once I click on save, this is a cloud solution. So immediately you are saving, instantly it is taking effect. It's not taking, the only time it will take a long time is probably latency or network, right? So Microsoft is giving you 99.9999999%. So you always be up to date, right? So once I go to my user now, let's go back to that user. So switch out, then sign out and switch. So I want to set SSPR for this user now. So this is the SSPR process, right? So enter, let me go to admin again, admin.microsoft.com. All right, so let me forget this user. So let me sign in with the user now. Sorry, so let me get the users. So this is the user, right? So I'm going back to the user page. So I'll sign in with this user now. So I'll do next. So instead of entering the user's password, remember I have the user password, but instead of entering the password, what I'll just do is I'll just click on forget my password, right? So this is because maybe let's say, for example, I'm a normal user, I'm not a technical person, and I cannot cram URLs on my head. So this is what I will do. But if I can cram URLs on my head, what I'll just do is I'll just come to okay. So I'll just do, I'll just come to https. So what I'll just do is I'll just come here, aka.ms/sspr. So this is aka.ms. So all Microsoft's link, they have a short URL for it. So aka.ms/ if it's MFA/SSPR. So this is SSPR, means self-service password reset. We also have SSPR setup, right? So, but because before people start thinking about all this, it will take a long. So what they just need to do is, once they want to sign up or when they want to sign in, they just come here and click on forgot my password. So automatically it is going to take them to that link, that URL. You can see the URL, right? So that's populated my email for me. So my own is just to enter the captcha, right? VJVP YN6M, right? So if I do next now, it should reset my password. If I do next, you can see once I did next, it took me to get back into your account. You know, before now, it was telling me that I cannot reset my password. But because I've turned it on for everybody in the environment, it just said, get back into your account. And remember I said, once you perform MFA, automatically the combined registration comes in. SSPR has been set up for you, right? So if you see now, it is telling me, let me zoom in. It's saying in order to protect your account, we need you to enter your complete mobile phone number. Remember this phone number I set up for my MFA. So it is the same phone number we are getting here now, right? So I'll just enter the phone number. I click on text. So it is going to send a text to my phone. You can see it has sent a text to my phone. So from there, I can just enter the text. Then let me enter it so you can see this process. 36. Okay. So next. So you can see now it has told me to enter a new password. Enter new password, confirm new password, and finish. Right? I don't know if you can now see this. So that's it. But this is just verification step 1. Because if you come to this place now, if you come to my password, if you go to authentication method, you can see that it is only one that has been enabled, right? So we'll talk about this now. But I just want us to understand how the SSPR works. I don't know if we all got that, if I can continue. And if there's any question. So should I continue? Should I go on?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, so that's just how to set up our SSPR, right? So now we've talked about setting up the SSPR. That's where you have the properties, right? So now I have it enabled for everybody, right? Okay. So okay. All right, thank you. So I have it set up for everyone already, right? So the next thing you need to do is after your property, you come to your authentication methods. Remember, authentication method means how do you want to perform MFA to set up your SSPR, right? So we have number of ways. If you click on one, it means if your organization has set up mobile app code. So this mobile app code, what it does is, sorry, please. So this mobile app code, what it does is it sends a code to your authenticator app, right? So that's the mobile app code. We also have email, right? And we also have mobile phone, which is SMS. So you'll be the one to come here to select what you want. I can say, okay, I don't want mobile app code. I only want email and mobile phone. So anybody that wants to set up SSPR, the person has to use either email or the person has to use mobile phone. So it means your two-factor authentication will be sent to either your mobile phone or your email, right? Whichever one you set up when you are doing MFA. Another thing I can do is I can say, okay, I want a security question, right? If I click on security question, I can say, okay, number of questions required to register. I want 3 questions, right? Number of questions required to reset. So what this means is, now, if I want to register my SSPR, so I will select 3 questions, right, to register SSPR. So number of questions required to reset. Once I answer those 3 questions, when next I want to reset my password, right, they would ask me 3 questions. I have to pass that 3 questions before I can reset. I can say, okay, number of questions required to register 5 questions, but number of questions required to reset 3. So it means I would be asked 5 questions when I'm setting SSPR up. But once I want to reset, out of that 5 questions, I'll just be asked 3 questions. So that's what it just means. So now I can now come to where you have this no security question configured. If I click on it, it will take me to where I can set up my security questions, right? So Microsoft has a predefined, and you can also create your own custom. So for predefined, you can see it. In what city was your father born? What is the name of your college? You can just come here, you can just select anyone you want. I can select everything. If I select everything, when you want to do your own setup, you select the one you want. You know, you're just selecting 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So me, I can just decide to select everything so that once you are setting up, you have a lot of options you can select from, right? So that's what this predefined does. For the custom you really want to set your custom question. You can say, what is the name of my principal? So this is a custom, right? You are the one setting this up yourself. I don't know if this expansion is fine to everyone. So let me continue. Right, so this is one method of setting up, right? So on another method is we have two methods. So it means that, so for this one method, when I was setting up the SSPR the other time, you can see that I was asked to enter my phone number and the text message was sent to my phone. Once I entered the text message, I was told to reset my password straight away, right? That's one method of resetting. But if the organization has selected two methods, it means that what? For the two method, if you have selected phone and you have selected mobile app notification, and an OTP will be sent to your mobile phone. Once you enter that OTP, then a mobile notification will be sent to your mobile app. So let's do that. Let's see. If there is time, we can quickly do that. So I don't want security question. I only want mobile phone. Let me just take mobile phone. Let me take mobile app code. I'll have to set up the mobile app code. So what it just does is for number of methods required. So I think we can all try that out on our own. So it should not be as if I'm the one doing everything for us, right? So we have one number of method, right? So try for two number of method and try to reset a password for one of the users and see how it works. Right? I think that works fine instead of me doing everything, right? Okay, so we can take that as maybe a practice, not an assignment. And then an assignment will come up, right? So that's the authentication methods. So the next thing is registration. So once you come to registration, so what this is just talking about is require users to register when signing in, right? So let's say, for example, you are trying to sign in to the other time when I was signing into my portal, right? So if you have not set up MFA before, right, it will ask you to register. And say, for example, if you have selected two methods, and for me now, I only set up my phone number as MFA, right? But if two methods were set up, so the next time I'm signing in, it is going to ask me that my organization needs me to perform more these things. So now I'll now set up the second method. So that's what this requires us to register when signing in just talks about, right? You can say yes or no. Right. So number of days before users are asked to reconfirm the authentication information. So for this environment now we have 60. So what it means is after 60 days, the next time, let's say on the 61st day, if I'm signing in again, it is going to tell me to reconfirm if my number is still the number I'm using or if anything has changed. If nothing has changed, I'll just say yes. But if something has changed, I'll say no. So I'll change my phone number and everything is fine. So I don't know if we got this concept or if there's a question on this. All right. So should I continue since there's no response? Okay. So we've talked about properties, we've talked about the authentication methods, and then the registration. So now we are on notifications. So for notifications, this is just straightforward. Notify users on password reset. So if a user resets their password, they should get a notification that they've reset their password, and they should also get a notification that they've attempted to reset their password, right? So that's what this does. Then notify all admins when other admins reset their password, right? So it means that if an admin reset their password, every other admin should get to know that, yes, an admin has reset their password, right? So it depends on your own context, how you want it to be, right? So you can always leave it at yes or no. So depending on you, right? But me, for my own environment, right, if I say, okay, I don't want every other admin to know when each admin set their password, I'll just set it to no. So whenever an admin set their password, only the global admin gets the notification. But if I set it to yes, every other admin is going to get the notification, both a user admin, both a security admin, both a compliance admin. So everybody is going to get that notification. So that's what the notification just stays for, right? So the next one, we go to customization. So for the customization, let's say for example, you have an helpdesk email, right? So you can set up the helpdesk email here. So you can set up the helpdesk email here. I say, for example, we have an helpdesk email in our organization. So I can just say our helpdesk email is SA Consulting /helpdesk, right? So I'll just enter it here. Right, so I'll just enter the helpdesk email here. So I'll save it. So when next a user is trying to reset their password and the user is getting an issue, right? So the user is going to get this helpdesk email beneath that. So the user will just click on the helpdesk email and they will take the user to where he can contact the helpdesk. So I don't know if this is also clear to all of us. All right. So we've talked about the properties, authentication method, registration, notifications, and also the customization. So the other thing I'll be talking about is the administrator policy, right? So by default, the by default, right? So your admins can perform SSPR even if it has not been set up. So you can see is SSPR is set enabled, yes. Number of methods required to reset on. The methods available to administrator, they have email, they have mobile phone, and they have your mobile app code, right? So by default, your admins are always they're always enabled for MFA. But then a question now comes. This is on the cloud. What happens to an organization that uses an hybrid environment? Say you have an AD on the on-premises and you have your Entra on the cloud. If I reset my password on the Entra, is it going to reflect on the AD? No, it is not going to reflect on the AD because why? I've only done reset on my password on the cloud. So when next I want to sign in on the domain, that's on the AD, or maybe say for example, for those of us that are using our username and password on our PC, when next you want to sign it is going to tell you that that password you are trying to enter is wrong or is not correct because you have only set it up on the cloud, which is this, right? So how do we now integrate the cloud and the on-premises together? That is where your on-premises integration comes in, right? And this on-premise integration, it is going to be done using the help of the AD Connect. I know Mr. Farouk would have talked about the AD Connect, right? So the AD Connect is what helps us with the syncing of our own premises and our cloud resources together, right? So my PC is not here. If not, I would have shown you what the on-premises environment looks like and also what the AD Connect looks like, right? So, but if you can see this now, it is telling me no agents that are capable of doing this have been detected. So it is telling me to install a sync agent. So that's the Entra Connect. That's the AD Connect. You know, when we are calling it Azure Active Directory, that's the AAD. So it was called AD Connect, but now it is called the Entra Connect because this portal is now called the Intra ID. So it is called the Entra Connect, right? So for the on-premises integration, this is where we set it up, right? So you come here, you do the settings here, but the settings does not stop here. So once you are done with the settings here, you now go on your AD. Let's say, for example, this is my AD, right? So I'll go to my AD. So if this is my Active Directory, so I'll go to my Windows. So for your Active Directory, go to your security. So on your Active Directory, the security that governs everybody in the organization, So this is where everything is being set up, right? This is my local group policy on my laptop. But for your Windows servers, you have what we call the AD that controls all the laptops, all the computers in the environment, right? So if you look at this place now, I have account policies, right? If I expand the account policy, I can see password policy, right? So under this password policy, If I click on it, so this is where it has been set up for us in the environment. Enforce password history, maximum password age, maximum password. But what we are more interested in is what is this minimum password age. So this is what we are more interested in, right? This is what we are more interested in. But just have this at the back of your mind that everything that has been configured in your organization, everything that is dealing with your password policy has been done on this page you are seeing. Right, so this is your local group. This is my local group policy on my laptop. If I do anything to it, nothing will happen to my laptop, because I don't normally itself, if it's an if it's a company laptop, you should not be able to even do anything on it, because the IT admin has set up some policies that will not allow you to be able to do anything on this your local group policy. It is only them that can do anything. That's why when you call them, when they come to your desk to set up anything, they will first pass through the UAC. You see them, they will enter an admin and the password. So once they enter it, they are able to do whatever they want to do on this local group policy. But you now, a normal user, you can't do anything. You can only see it, right? So this is where you set up the on-premises integration. It's just so unfortunate that my laptop has crashed. If not, I think it would have been a good time to show us all this, because this is what we are going to be doing when we get to the real world, right? So that's that about that. And also we also have what we call the sorry, this is I don't know why it's not opening. So, okay, so for the on-premises integration, just like I said, on the local group policy, you have some configurations to do, and also on your users and computer, you also have some things to do, right? So I will not be able to show. So we can all read up on this on-premises integration. Probably on our next call, I would have gotten a new PC, so we'll be able to demonstrate all of this, right? So I think because of time, we might need to stop on this SSPR, right? Because of time. So what I'll just encourage us to do is, for our assignment, right? Just like Mr. Farouk has said, we should go back and try to implement the signing risk and the user risk policy, right? So those policies are still what we'll discuss about when we are talking about our identity protection. So we should please try and go back to our previous assignments. We should make sure we are able to configure those policies, right? So if we have done that, we can now come back to our password resets. So we should come to authentication methods. We should play around the number of methods required to reset, play around the first one, and also play around the second one, right? So if we're able to do all of this, then you can now come to the on-premise integration. You can now read on this. So in the next call, if my PC is okay, then so we'll go on the AD. We'll get to see how we can set up this, and we'll also get to see how we can create users and groups on the AD as well, right? Because everything is still speaking to the Microsoft architecture, right? So we can also get to see how we can create our users and groups on the AD. So I think that will be all from my end. So Mr. Farouk, if you are still on the call, if you can come in, please. Hello, if there's any question from anybody before Mr. Farouk comes in. Hello. Not sure anyone is following.
We are here. No questions from my end.
All right. So I hope the explanation was clear, right?
Yeah, it was clear.
Yeah, thank you. And so sorry that I don't have access to my PC to demonstrate the on-premises environment. But in the next session, I should have gotten my PCs settled. All right. So, but if there's any other question, we can always that's why we have the group chat, right? You can always reach out to anyone on the group chat, and you can always post it on the group chat, right? Anyone that can attend to your questions will do that. So I don't know if we've all gotten. So we should try and play more on the conditional access policies, right? So the conditional access policy you can use for you can use for numerous things, right? You can use that just that conditional access policy. I can use to strengthen organizations' security policies in such a way that you don't even need. You might not. I'm not saying. I'm just saying it like you might not even need to use a firewall with that just that conditional access policy, but there's no how we still need a firewall. But I'm just trying to tell you how powerful that conditional access is, right? You might just be looking at it that it's just a cloud solution, just for you to click this, click that. Yes, Microsoft has really tried. They've worked on the back end. They don't want us to start writing or start doing pipelines or start writing codes. So they've done everything in a very friendly user interface. Just click this, and you get all your policies set up, right? So let's try and work on the policies, try to create our policy so that in the next call we'll go past the conditional access. And also please let's try to go on the password reset, and you can also read more on the on-premises integration, right? So I think that will be all for me for today, right? I probably Mr. Farouk is currently occupied. So if there's any other question you can ask, and if there's no question, I think we can end the call here today. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Thank you. I really appreciate. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so very much for the presentation.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mr. Lawal. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Dewell. Good night. Yeah, good night, everyone. Yeah,
Good
thank you,
night,
everyone.
everyone.
Yeah, Sabichi, good night.